Hello everybody, this is Stevie and Heartbound. Today we're playing EverQuest again. Our main mission for this stream is to conquer the Dark Tower and push a little further into the Stone Hive. So let's get started on that. Kind of logged in, so I want to get all our buffs back up and get all that sorted out. Then we'll get back into it. Buff the cat first. Also working on our abjuration skill, which will slowly make casting the spell easier as we do it more often. Because while my stats are at 255 and the warder does inherit some of your stats, I don't think it's 1 for 1, so it's good to keep them up. We don't want our pet going out on us. Then I'll put some buffs on myself. I need less buffs though. I should just be fine with that. Beast Lord really depends on his pet to stay up and active, so having him fully buffed, if I'm not buffed the same way, it's not as big of a deal. There's still something I need to worry about if something goes wrong. These are just more of the same buffs you've seen 100 times before. While my character meditates, I'm going to share with you what we're going to do. We're going to be prepared for war. Scout Vreshnar cannot make much of the Bixie plains that Nozua found, but he does see that the Bixies in the Stone Hive have been experimenting with new forms of magic and alchemy. It's possible that they could be gearing up for an attack. Venture into the Stone Hive and gather some intel on these magical developments. The botanical research area should be on the 3rd floor, just past the elevator. On that floor you'll find Alchemist Chrysia. Retrieve whatever note she has on her. Not far from there you should be able to find the Bixie potion bottle. Look for it on one of the tables. Use the ramps from there and you'll find a small library where a Bixie spellbook should be resting on one of the tables. It's just kind of an inter-between quest, so it shouldn't be that big of a deal. We're going to load up a spell of invisibility to make this go a little bit faster. Now we do want to... Normally I'd recommend fighting everything all the time so you get loot and experience. But while I'm more than happy to sit there and just kind of veg out and fight monsters over and over again, that's not very entertaining, I think. I have been doing some accidental grinding here and there. But when we get to a level 47, I believe. No, 46. So in one level, we'll take on the Dark Tower, which is the boss area of the heck, what's that called? The Blightfire Moors. My character starts trying to put invisibility in this game is random unless you have perfected invisibility. So just because you can run through a dangerous area doesn't mean it's going to be safe. There's always a chance for something to go wrong. That's built into the game. That is just the way it is. See, while I'm going past all these, I'm losing out on the experience I get from fighting these monsters. So it's a give or take on what you want to decide is the better option to take. At the same time, I'm getting through to my quest without losing time on my buffs, because these will last only a certain amount of time. Okay, so this is the alchemy area. That's our quest mob. So it wants us to obtain the notes from the alchemist, find the potion bottle, and find the spellbook. So what we'll do is we'll ambush her. Now what's funny is if you're doing the quest normally, she respawns very, very fast. So you'll be going through to do other quests, and she will always be up. So every time you come through here, you'll kill this NPC. Like, religiously. She's not very strong. But you'll, if you're doing the Stolen Hive normally, you will be so tired of this lady. She's not hard, she's just always up. So we got the alchemy notes. Now a lot of these things are quest items. So where normally I have looted all the items that we need for another quest, pre-looted. But you will fill up your inventory with items you can't sell if you are not careful. So now we have the potion bottle and a spell book. If I get my invisibility to cast. This character does not have a lot of divination because I haven't been using divination spells. But that's okay. The more I cast it, the easier it'll get. So this is you can't actually fight this bee. This is kind of an Easter egg. In the halfling starting area, this is what a Bixie looks like. They didn't always look like these big women. You know, this is kind of like a new world Bixie. This is the Bixie I grew up with as a kid. This little beast. That's a Bixie. She doesn't do anything. She's purely there to make you laugh. So laugh. I need to find this potion bottle. Well, somebody had a bad day. About 5 days ago, there was no one running through here, and they met a terrible fate. So this is the potion we need. Yep, there's no quest marker, nothing on a table. It's just potion. Now there's a small library where the Pixie spellbook should be resting onto the tables. So now we need to go to the library. So you normally just fight all around here. We know that's the little prison cell. If I remember correctly. Oh, and it is very easy to die here. A lot of the times I'm playing this game, I'll make things look a lot easier than they actually are. So don't assume just because I ran through here that, you know, that's going to be super easy. Don't do that to yourself. Like, a lot of classes don't have invisibility. You'd be fighting back and forth through here looking for the library. Hold on. Up the ramps, you'll find a small library where the Big C spellbook should be on the tables. So we're on the ramps. Where is the spellbook area? Game? It's also been a long time since I've done this, so bear with me. Pretty sure this isn't it. This is an elevator to go up to the next area. That's where we came from. Must be missing something. Which is okay. There's that door that goes to the next level. Yeah, it has to be on the next level. There's no other place for it to be. Unless I'm fully missing something, which I might. Yeah, ward fight. We need her for a quest. This is we're not supposed to be here yet because this is the queen. She's level 51. Now, if you realize we're level 45, so 51 seems like that's not that big of a gap. The problem is she summons monsters over and over and over again. Like all the time. Oh, here's the library. Yeah. So when I pick up this book, I'm going to get ambushed. So in order to prevent this from going south really fast, I'm going to fight all the monsters in this area. For I know what's coming, kind of. And because we're getting attacked by everything and anything, I'm going to activate our healer. I don't trust myself against 4 monsters. Plus an ambush, plus whatever else we're doing. I am willing to spend a little bit of extra money on that. In-game currency, platinum. Every 15 minutes he charges you a certain amount of platinum depending on level. This mercenary charges at level 45 about 8 platinum every 15 minutes. If you're fighting monsters and you're getting that platinum, you know, as you go, that's not a big deal. But if you're just not doing anything and just running around with your mercenary, you'll pay for it. So we know Big C meat sells for something. A lot of this stuff is just quest items. So don't be afraid to just... this is like the one place I would recommend, is to start leaving stuff on the floor. Just pick up Big C meat. You know, that's the only item that sells once you've done all the quest items you need. I don't think any of these heal. They're just mages and warriors. Well, this was called a rejuvenator, but I don't see him or her healing anything. I normally type a little thing. Yeah, I have less frames per second when I tab out of the game, so forgive me for that. Now, if I really wanted to, I could charm half these with the pollen dusted ring. I might do that later, but not right now. But one of the choices I had available to me was to I could have charmed these, and, or not charmed them, mesmerized them, so we wouldn't have gotten attacked by so many. They just kind of stand around and wait, force it to attack them. And they'd be out of combat for like 30 seconds, which could be a big deal. But what I kind of want to do is, if I run into a Big C that starts healing everybody, I can mesmerize the entire group, then deal with the healer without all the extra damage. If you remember from the last episode, we fought in that field with like 10 or 11 Vixies, and that took a minute. We could avoid that just by knocking out the healers, while mesmerizing all the rest. He has caused so much aggro from healing us that this bee is just not paying attention to us. Yes, I know they're Vixies. I call them bees. Bees. She is now tired of my antics. We're gonna level soon. I figure by the end of this quest we'll level, and then we'll go take on the Dark Tower. Then we'll come back and pick on other things. Now she's healing. She didn't heal her friends, or if she did, I didn't realize it. Now she has decided now is the time to heal. Pew. You must have no mana because you're not healing anymore. My diseases don't stop her from healing. So we'll leave all these quest items on here. Before we grab the book, we do need to One of the disadvantages of being a large race is you don't fit through all the doors very easily. So that's not a unusual thing. This is kind of your welcome for large races like ogres, trolls, and bashirs. So my question is, we have 2 monsters here, but we have 5 monsters in the screen here. So I wonder who else is attacking us. There's the Arcanist. We should be more than okay, but where are the Hive Widows? Oh, there's spiders on the floor. I'm tempted, but nah. Meh. So we're gonna cast Dot on all these. If I cast this Dot and I try to charm or slow them or mesmerize them, just mesmerize is what I'm looking for. It's not gonna work because the malaria will break the damage. But I do want to start pushing all the damage on this. I took 40% of my mana to do basically. But it just speeds things up. This Rejuvenator starting to heal itself. I'm going to put some pressure on it. And we have leveled up. Once we finish this quest, we'll upgrade our warder. Pet is on the Arcane Researcher, so we will join them for our sake. Looks like malaria is running its course. Did about 15-20% damage on the Arcanist. Took these down about 70%. And with stuff like that, you can figure out. So if it does 89 to 93 damage every 6 seconds per minute, you can multiply that by a minute. You know, you can figure out how many hit points they have. If you're into that kind of math, so you divide by 6. You know, for a minute and 12 seconds. Then you do basically 75 times 6. And then you take how much percentage of health. That's how you figure out how much hit points monsters have. It's very mathy and there's no real point to it. You punch monster until it's defeated. This game doesn't tell you exactly how many hit points you guys have. So Pet's next target is the Arcanist. And she's a rare creature. I thought that was a little odd, because we're expecting an ambush, but it's just a normal generic ambush. It's nothing special. We will take down our rare mob and get our special item. I'm gonna cast another round of malaria. Just because I feel like it. I'm in no hurry, but I do want to kind of get this sorted out sooner rather than later. Rare mobs usually have more hit points or some sort of gimmick. I think the Hive Widows are from the Arcanist. Like the unicorn we fought yesterday, some of those gimmicks are incredibly lethal. But some of them are just more of the same. Because EverQuest is such a slow game, I usually prefer things to kind of be chill, but some of the things like that unicorn from earlier, they do spice things up. Or send you back to your spawn point if you are not ready for it. Which, while I've never been killed by it, you know, it could happen. Because in games like this you lose experience points when you die, I've always been very risk averse. Like even when I do this, I kind of just figure out, okay, what can I do that won't end up with me going into a death loop or some other danger. So basically meat, that parts don't sell for a lot. Shroud of Greater Transmutation. And if you pay for the game, you can use these augmentations to make your character look pretty. I'm gonna leave that on the corpse because I just want to show you what the game's like. Which is a very fun game. So as soon as we touch that book, we should be hitting an ambush. But we did get some new spells. So we have Spirit of Vermin, which my pet's been summoning snakes. So that's going to change that up on us. So we have a new pet. Oops. If I do that, I can switch where my thing is in the book by right-clicking. But we're not trying to do that. We're trying to fix our pet. I'll save this one. Save it to general. Because I have now 2 spells things. But we've got so many buffs. All these buffs we put on our pet earlier. We're going to waste them. Well, it depends on your definition of waste. We're going to replace Spirit of the Scorpion with Spirit of Venom. Or Vermin, rather. So we're going to save this one in our buffs. And we're going to load General. We're going to be very vulnerable for a second because we're going to dismiss our pet. A beast sword without his pet is a bit of a danger to a nobody. So in about 10 seconds, I can summon my pet. Which is another reason I cleared out the area. I knew this might happen. We're gonna tell our pet to go to sleep. As you wish, Great One. Our new pet, which is significantly bigger, now level 39. You do get spells that let you shrink your pet if you prefer them to remain a little kitten, but that's not too big. If you notice, your pet's always lower level than you, but they're the majority of your damage. What that means is they get resisted a lot if they're not attacking from behind. They can tank, but you kind of have to keep an eye on their level. What am I targeting? Oh, I'm targeting my mercenary. Well, my mercenary can endure magic more, which is not a very needed thing. The growing pains of a character trying to use new abilities. It's normally nothing more than a minor inconvenience, but if you're trying to power level it, you can cast a spell till you're out of mana, sit in the plane of knowledge, regain your mana. Such. We'll recast Spiritual Light just to refresh the buff. We have 30 minutes left on it, but what's wrong with another 20 minutes on that? So we're going to haste our pet. The mercenary's charging us while we're doing all this. It's pretty much a game just saying, hey, play me. Don't just sit around and be silly. You silly, silly cat person. Then we'll load our general set. I was casting Complete Heal on my warder. Complete Heal is a 10-second cast spell. My warder is at full health. So I think he's a very silly mercenary. But if he fails to keep us alive, I have my own spells to remedy that. Remember, he's a helper. He's not a be-all and end-all thing. Now we're going to trigger the ambush, which we were very much over-prepared for. I see it. We'll trigger the ambush. Are you on vacation? Okay, apparently I was the one that ambushed them. And because they were ambushed by me, they didn't ambush me in return. Because they were dead. Okay, fine. So we're going to go back to the scout. Just disorient myself. There's the alchemist back. Old body hasn't even despawned and she's back. He is always up. Probably the most killed monster in the Stone Hive. We'll look past all these guys. Now eventually, well, these will always be hostile to you, but you'll kill enough of them to where the normally neutral bees, they will start fighting you. Yep, someone else is here. They can't see me. We're going to turn our ground passive. We won't need them for a little bit. And there's another player out here somewhere. They make me look like a joke. They just tore up everything. There's another pile of destruction. So I don't know what kind of person would, you know, I could always just type /who and check and see who did it, but that kills the mystery, and it's not really important. I like to imagine there was a wizard that just gathered up all the monsters and just nuked them at once. There's if you can do it, wizard's really good, but there's always a risk because you have like no defenses. A lot of the things I do with the beast horde are very safe. Yeah, our guys in Blackfire Moors. Another big boy. He's just getting bigger. So I think Bashir about 8 feet tall, 9 feet tall. So he's up to my hips, so he's probably about 4 feet tall. He's probably bigger than a gnome. A halfling size, maybe dwarf. Now again, even though I'm invisible, undead monsters can still see me, so if a skeleton wanders by, yeah. Looks like a dark elf fell to this place. And I'm not really talking to other players while I'm showing off the game through the Bashir, but it's kind of cool just to kind of like see the stories that other people had. Their quest ended to a bunch of pixies. Oh, and just for a forewarning, if you play this game and you're invisible and you want to turn in a quest, uninvis first. I have had instances in the past where because I was invisible, they ate my quest items. So ever since then, I always take off invisibility before I turn in quest. I don't know if it's still the case, but I really don't want to go and find out. So we're going to give the scout our toys. Indeed, Jazuli, the golden one. I hear she's in charge of directing magical efforts to the Pixies. Not only that, she runs her experiments as well. It's likely she's the very one that turned Nozua into a thrall. Sounds rather scary. Take her out. Slay Jazuli, the golden one. Delve into the magical research area within the Stone Hive and take her out. I'm going to take a bit of a detour and do the Dark Tower, because I want to finish off this area. So we're going to open up our hero's journey. A progression, Champion of the Moors. The last one is the Dark Tower, and then we'll get our shoes. which are kind of leaving us as far as usefulness goes. But the only other one is getting a wrist time. Increases the damage of our malaria, which is good. But I do want to do this before we leave the area entirely, because we're getting ready for the stone hive entirely. Yeah. Let's do the dark tower and kind of get that out of the way. I don't need to invis, but I'm going to increase my divination by 1 level just by casting it. And also, we're going to an undead area, so invisibility is also useless against them. You need specifically invisibility versus undead, which is usually done by clerics and paladins and that sort of character. Your priest. You know, it came to me recently that there is an ability called playing possum. Don't see it on the thing. Here it is. So at level 85, you can feign death with an 80% chance of success. So that's the first time I've seen a... So I guess at level 85, there's a chance you can feign and make monsters think you're dead and escape combat as a beast lord. So I thought that was very interesting. I'm going to remove this buff. And we're going to start Shathrin the Exorcist quest. Shathrin the Exorcist, sent from Crescent Reach Paladin's Guild. We begin the assault on the Dark Tower. The tower deep in the northwestern region of this moor holds the undead remnants of an ancient ogre legion that was once stationed here centuries ago, while Rallis Zek sought to seize control of the Northian pantheon through war. Rallis called upon the ogres of these moors, but their captains refused to leave his beloved watchtower. Rallis grew furious and cursed the rebellious legion, binding them in undeath to their dark watchtower for all eternity. At night, the cursed ogre shades still wander these moors, carrying their signal torches on high. I'm sending you to purge Blightflower of this evil. Before you venture into the Dark Tower, you'll need plenty of light to keep the evil at bay. Seek out the ogre skeletons. They keep a blasted lance around the tower. Gather 10 of their signal torches and return to me when you're successful. So we need to gather 10 flickering torches. Which, we did have some earlier, I believe, but we weren't on the quest because I knew if we tried the quest early, or at level appropriate, this is a level 35 quest and we're now level 46, because it's a boss event, it's much harder than the other ones in the area, especially if you're doing it alone like we are. So waiting was very important if we wanted to do it properly and not die. There was a reason for it. If you were a new player, you'd have no idea. You just go like, oh, okay, it's another quest. Okay, no problem. But we are trying to be tactful about this. Sometimes there's a quest group, or not a quest group, just a normal group up here. No. Well, at one point there was a quest group up here. How long ago was this? Nearly a week ago, these guys, okay, something bad happened about a week ago. We'll take out these accursed lookouts. I don't think we're going to need our mercenary for this, because we are on the higher end of things. I'll still be monitoring our health as we fight. Now we don't want to run out of mana either, so if I can conserve mana, we will. We can obviously kill these a lot faster by casting malaria and ice spike, or ice spear rather. But My pet's constantly casting a spirit of vermin as a proc. He's not even attacking the same one I am, so we're going to switch targets so I can get this one down. We're going after the signal torches of these creatures. Yeah, where multiple people got wiped out, this isn't a challenge for us. We got one. We got another one joining the fight, which is fine. We will heal where necessary. I do have a thing about staying at exactly 100% because you can't gain more mana if you're at max mana. So, it's usually better just to use some random spell. I'm going to heal myself because I really dislike being vulnerable. I don't need some random monster coming up and attacking us like the witch, which is somewhere here. Yeah, there she is. Sitting on top of that tree. I'm on to her and her shenanigans. Freaking tree ghost. Behind every branch could be danger. Forget hiding behind trees. She sits on top of trees. And heal the warder. It's probably an overheal, but I'm not too worried about it. It's not an overheal. How many hit points do you have? Okay, so I had to have a mental note. That heals for about 10% of his hit points. Hey. Be gone, tree lady. I don't need you right now. So because she's going to start walking around and eventually give us a hug, we're going to go over here where I know she doesn't fight. Looks like we got a spellcaster. Because he casted something on us. The curse begins to cast a lightning bolt, but it is interrupted. This used to be a valuable screen at one point because things were a lot slower. But when you have me double attacking and pet attacking and proccing, you know, it's kind of a mess, that screen. It can be knocked down to be more slow, but at the end of the day, it's basically just telling you, you hit this monster, it took damage, it was defeated. So we're going to get a 3 pool this time. Or not. Okay, so we're so high level, these guys, if we walk over next to them, they'll attack us. But if we just pull one separately, we're too high level for them to assist their friends. They say, well, see you later, buddy. Have fun. We will be doing our best charades impression. Look how ominous we are. You are green. And they are so invested in each other. As soon as we walked up, he just like, nope. I'll see you later. Bye. He's no interest in this. He's just like, well, I'm gonna go stand over here. You guys can do what you want. Sorry, skeleton buddy. I know we're both ogres and we're both supposed to watch the Stark Tower, but I didn't sign up for combat. I just wanted to get a college education. So that's why we're gonna not participate. Okay, he's got his I think this is a different skeleton. You stunned me with your lightning bolt. That was not nice. It's kind of funny because back in the original game, I think ogres could only be warriors, shadow knights, and shaman. So having these cast lightning bolt just tells me that this is a shaman ogre. Like the evil races, like, were really limited on what they could be. Like if you wanted to have a shaman in your party, it'd probably be a troll or an ogre. Or, you know, they're the ones that would make potions, which were really important. For me, anyway. Because I used to play a paladin that couldn't use magic, really. Besides priestly magic. So if I wanted to use a potion of gate, or damage shield or something, I had to rely on a shaman. It has the same vibe as Banjo-Kazooie, where you rely on Mumbo Jumbo to complete your Jinjo quest. Or your Jinky quest, I guess you call it. I'm all sorts of on it today, aren't I? Look at that spooky dark tower. Spooky, spooky. 2 more. You'll be so kind to give me your torch. He buffed himself. He now has major shielding. I have a spell to cancel magic and I can debuff it if I want to. But he's already at half health. Not really too much of a point to it. I'm going to heal my warder, because I'd rather have us up top. Because hit points in this game aren't built the same. If you are low on health, you attract more aggro from monsters, and you're more likely to get crit. But if you're at high health, I think it's less. Which was very heart-pounding back in the day, because you'd be like, okay, am I going to survive this? And all of a sudden you're at low health and you start getting beat up like by everything. Darn opportunist monsters. And we're going near the front because we're almost done with that quest, and there's no point in burying really deep if you're going to leave a second later. I could call my pet back, but I don't really care if we aggro the other scouts. It's just free experience points. So we'll take care of these guys on the way out, just for fun. Hey, can I play too? No. No. I said no. I said no. You listen about as much as a real cat. Yeah, pets in this game have always been an experience. Hey, can I play too? No. Sorry, lady. Stage task completed. I swear this game does that kind of stuff on purpose. It's not really that I'm worried about her. It's just she just takes forever to kill. Because she's supposed to be a quest monster. As you were probably aware from the witch hunt episode. I'm gonna heal our dear pet here. He's not in any danger, but I don't want him on low health. Okay, so we have the torches. Now we're gonna go home. There isn't really any danger that could pose a threat to my hero, but we're gonna invisibility anyway. Because if I get attacked by one of those rats, I'm gonna have a hissy fit. Or they don't drop anything and they take forever. There's the poggers trees. I always thought they look kind of weird. Maybe a little pogger's face. Roanoke and his druid ruins. gonna drop invis again. Talk to Shatherin. There she is. Well done. Hold on to those torches. You'll need them later when you venture into the Dark Tower. The Dark Tower of the Fallen Guard. Now that you have plenty of torches, time has come to enter the tower itself. Go there and clear out the skeletal watchtower guardians. Take special care of their leaders, who still hold sway over the tower, even unto death. Watch Captain Defon rules the Dark Tower. We have not been able to harm him because he is an ethereal ghost. He may become material once again, but only if we first lure him into a fight. Gather the battle crest from each of his sub-leaders and bring them to me. When he sees you have destroyed the leadership of the watchtower, he'll become angry and assume a physical body. We need to kill 5 watchtower guardians, and the chaplain and the 2 sergeants we saw earlier. Now, even though they're undead and invisibility doesn't work on them, we're just leveling our divination. Because I want to be able to cast that without having an issue. Because if you're in a situation where monsters might see you, as soon as the server says you're not invisible anymore, they see you instantly. So it's not like you can really recast it when you're in a dire situation. It falls off randomly. But I do like to be able to cast it quickly if I so desire. So I have it on my normal hotbar here. It's nice to play a nice relaxing game before I get into the whole work mindset again. Which, if you haven't checked out my books, I'm about 225 pages into the next one that I'm going to release. So that'll come sooner than later. We're on the end path. It just takes a lot of energy. It takes a lot more than you think, because you have to constantly like draft and figure out what you're going to write and stuff like that. Then you have to advertise, which I'm so tired after work I don't really do it, which is to my detriment. But that's okay. So here's our 2 sergeants we need to take out. Now we're a lot stronger than them, so it's gonna be a non-issue. I hit him in the back while my pet takes the damage. I like the animation on the spear though. There's a little twist. Everybody do the twist. He's tired of my nonsense, so he's turning towards me. For just a moment, though. I kind of wonder, we saw the other skeleton a second ago. I wonder if he's gone on patrol again, or if he's still around that corner. I go check, but it's faster just let the sergeant here go down. Bone chips. I know that sells for nothing. Now sells for nothing. We need the crest for the quest. You drop some more because you're supposed to be here with friends. And we're doing everything solo. Which in EverQuest is not really that advised. You're supposed to be trying to make friends. Breaking the rules, kind of. We're gonna be one of those strange people that play 6 accounts. Which are probably keeping the game running, to be honest, but I do feel it's a little bit antisocial. So we're gonna fight a watchtower guardian, which we do need to fight anyway. So him coming to the battle is not really that big of a deal. But he's doing damage to my warder. So as soon as Jenks goes down, I'm gonna heal my warder. Smack, turn him around so he does more damage. A helm pattern. Got the other battle crest. Take a second to heal our pet. I'm going to take a more passive role in this battle. Once I get my pet up, I'll cast Malaria and sit down and meditate. And when I do that, he'll instantly come after me. And the reason that is because my aggro is too high. So now that I'm in the yellow, I have 93% of the hate of the target on the Watchtower Guardian. I gain just a little bit of mana back. We're in combat, so our regeneration isn't as big as it normally would be. But we do need to fight a few of those Watchtowers. There's another one. We'll smack him. He's clearly amused with my actions. Yeah. I caused too much hate for my pet to get him off me. Because you figure these are, oops. He's level 35, my pet's level 39, so while my pet, to me, looks like he's not nearly as strong, he is stronger than these Guardians. So where once we would accidentally grind here, well, someone had problems. So 4 days ago, someone lost their battle. The good thing about casting a dot is you can do damage and sit and meditate afterwards instead of just constantly casting spells. This is level Frost Shard. Armor class protection. At level 50, I finally get the next slow. I've been using Drowsy all this time. Spirits and Nox sure don't like when I'm doing this. They're already like scowling as you can get, so it's like, what do you do in that situation? You can't do anything. Okay, this is another of our dear accidental grinding friends. Now I've noticed I'm attracting more attention than I can meditate through. So we're going to have to be out of battle if we're going to get some serious mana back. So that means we have to clear the place. Alternatively, we can activate our mercenary. Let's see what's going to be the best course of action. I haven't really decided yet. Because we're killing them fast enough that we should be able to beat the respawn. We do need to take these out anyway. So this will be the 5th Watchtower Guardian. Much faster than last time. Okay, so that's done. So that's Chaplain of Blood Moon, which is our last battle crest. Which we should be okay, but I do want to get some mana back before we engage. Because it's not really the Chaplain I'm worried about, it's the monsters that'll add into the fight. It should be okay, but you never know. Watchtower Guardian's approaching. Let's see if he's... If we were low level... No, he's definitely on us. Alright, so we gotta break into the room. Which isn't a big deal. We just gotta do it. They said it's time to fight, so we're gonna have to fight. This is our watchtower, not yours. So we're gonna hit you with these giant sticks with flames on the end of it. I like how they have beds. Watchtower Necromancer staff. I know from experience these sell for pretty much nothing, but still kind of cool. They're casting spells that like heat blood, which are Necromancer spells. I'm so high a level they're not sticking. They're doing a lot of damage. There's a reason we came back here late. Let's float above a bed. So what kind of potions I can cast? I'll increase spell damage. I think we'll need some clarity. I have 2 potions of clarity, and I don't need haste. We'll get to a point where I want to use it, but not right now. So I do have a potion that'll turn me into a Draken, which is cool, but it's more of a gimmick. So these will just heal me for random things. I'm displaying things I don't need to display. I got some extra stuff if I ever want to use it, which, spoiler, I guess I really probably won't. Well, that's okay. We should be okay enough to attack the boss and win. I do want a little bit of mana. The Guard of Eye was casted by my priest mercenary, or cleric, as this game calls it. So we're going to engage. And he's going to bring his Watchtower Guardians, because we walked right into it. It's really more of our fault than anything else. My pet's on that, so we're going to attack this for my sanity's sake. We do need to keep an eye on our health, because that could be an issue. We have another Watchtower Guardian. I wonder. Myself up. I'm gonna switch to a healing rule. Just let my pet do its thing. It should be strong enough. That's why I waited for this level. I'll just keep myself healed while malaria and the pet do the majority of the damage. No mercenary required. Yeah, we should be fine. I'm going to join the melee against this Watchtower Guardian. So I feel smart. There we go. We don't need the relic. And that might be an upgrade. It's good. It's good. It's good. It's nothing. My pet's now attacking this, so I will attack that. It's easy to panic when you get attacked by a whole bunch of monsters, but you really don't need to. Panic doesn't really do you a whole lot of good. Cloth, that's for spellcasters. Our dear little clothies. We got the final thing. And the Watchtower is down. Now we have 2 options. We can go back down through the skeletons below, which have probably respawned, or we can jump out the window. I personally feel like it's time to jump out the window. Whee! Oh, well, it's too high. Now we did, we got a friend here. I was just like, I don't like you flying above my head. So we're going to start punching him repeatedly as an apology for what we've done. Which I think is a pretty good apology for an ogre anyway. Oh, now we have friends. Pet instantly goes after the one that's the ad. I don't know why the game does that, but it does. Now he's decided he wants to fight this one again. Probably because it's low on health. The mysteries of EverQuest pets. Who knows what's going on with them? Very useful, but very much an experience. But I will say, if you're playing an enchanter, then you can't control your pet at all. Sometimes it'll cast back or stuff like that. There is a class that takes advantage of how that is. It just says, no, you cannot control your pet at all. It will do exactly what it wants to do, and nothing more. And the class is called the Enchanter. It's just, so there is a reason behind it. It's just, since I'm playing a pet class, I have to partake in this very EverQuest-y experience. Which is fine. I don't hate it. It's just the way the game is. Oh, somebody's got something. Is that a griffin? Is that a nest of feathers? Is that a swan? I don't know. What I do know is they were very fast. Now I did get something off one of those monsters. Got an Ornite Defay Leather Bracer. So I currently have a simple Defiant and a rough Defiant. That gives 13 armor class, and this gives 9 armor class. So I did get an upgrade off one of these. So we're going to replace that one. We defeated a simple Defiant Leather Bracer, got an ornate one. Oh, that's kind of cool. Now, the max stat you can have is 255. For some reason, I have 256 dex. I'm not really sure why. But that's the thing. Back in Yonder Day, you'd have like 0 resist. So now we have hundreds of resist. So for me, my character, from my perspective, looks incredibly overpowered. But for somebody that's like new to the game, this must be the new normal. Well, that's okay. So we're going to sell to this necromancer, all invisible. The evil shadow essence. That'll let me pay my mercenary. Some silk, some essence. Shroud's worth almost 100 gold. Alright. I don't know what that was about, but that was a thing. My game just said, hold on, this is too hot and tense for me. How dare you try to sell something for 95 platinum. such an act is just something we can't comprehend. Lord. I kind of do prefer areas that just give you gold instead of dropping items that you sell for gold, but I guess that makes them happy. They're just like, no, we need to do it this way. I'm sure some wizard, enchanter, or necromancer would be really happy to see those boots, but I don't feel like cooperating. So, we know this won't sell for anything. We need to give her these badges. Let's get rid of this. It's kind of bugging me. Bug. So we are now visible because we lost our invisibility when we tried to sell something. I'm losing Spirit of the Wolf, so we do want to be fast in a literal sense. So we'll recast our Spirit of the Wolf. We'll let the other buffs go out because I want to keep this moving. Actually, we're about to fight a boss, so that might not be the best course of action. Now we'll talk to her. Well done. Now that you have the battle quest, you're ready to confront Defon, the captain of the Dark Tower. Jatharin says, you have already weakened the forces stationed at the Dark Tower, but the time has come to strike your final blow. Take these Watchtower battle quests and deliver them to Defon, the Watch Captain. He waits in the highest room of the Dark Tower. When he sees you have destroyed his undead minions, he will adopt a material body to fight you. A word of advice before you go. You may be able to use signal torches to light the torches in the tower. The Watch Captain is a being of great darkness, and light may weaken his power considerably. Now, here's the problem with this. If you are alone, you have to light the towers by yourself and fight the boss. If you don't understand immediately why that's an issue, then if you're a class that has to do everything yourself and you don't have a mercenary or something, or you have a healer mercenary, and you can't attack the boss while you're lighting torches, and he's just beating you on the back of his head, or your head rather, then you're gonna have a hard time winning. So this is a very challenging area, and you're not just fighting the boss alone. He summons a stupid amount of monsters. You'll see. I'm about to do it. I don't think I'll die, but I do need to pay attention, because he will be an issue if I let him be an issue. Just casting my spells. Making sure we're equipped for the battle ahead. I like how my pet hates the cursed lookout so badly, he still got him targeted when he's dead. Like, if that guy gets back up, I'm ripping him a new one. You know, the icon is a wolf. If you were playing a barbarian beast lord, you know, this would be the wolf that you get. Because I do have a wolf model. The only thing I don't like is you constantly have to hear wolf whine. Because he's constantly getting hit, and you kind of hear the dog noise. You know, when you hit a dog, you hear that noise constantly, and it just kind of makes me feel bad. And cat just kind of makes a noise. So even though invisibility is useless against the undead, we're going to go to the top of the tower, which I don't think we've gone to yet. Now, the boss won't attack you until you hand him the crest and start the boss battle, because it's a pretty involved event. But because I'm going to need him, we're going to go ahead and activate our mercenary. Now the problem with this is mercenaries can run if too many monsters get added into the fight. And bosses in this game summon lots and lots of, add-ons mobs, or just additional monsters. So there's a chance my mercenary's going to freak out and just run away. And on this fight, that's not that big of a deal because we waited a few levels. But with like the Pixie Queen, where she summons like a huge horde of pixies, that can make the mercenary panic. So if you want to rely on your mercenary, that might not be the best choice. And that makes fighting the queen later a lot more of an issue than you'd think it would need to be. See, I don't have invisibility versus undead, so I think I'm going to have to just fight. There's nothing I can really do about it. We might have to fight the witch too because of the way I'm going in. My pet has decided this one is the one that needs to die. But we've got our mercenary active. Might as well. We're going to need it. So this will be an easy clear to the Dark Tower anyway, no matter how many skeletons attack us. Because we have clarity, our mana is going to go up a little bit faster than normal. So I may have to sit and meditate before I go full in. So we'll take him out. It probably wouldn't be a bad idea to get more torches, but I think we'll be okay with the 10 the quest gives us. So you have an infinite amount of torches if you so desire. Just fight more of these and you can have more torches to fight the boss. But using... Hey, can I play? Yeah, we're probably going to fight the Shadow Witch. Okay. She's going to cause her little quest monster issues. And she respawns fast too. That's okay, I've got the mercenary doing his business. So he'll keep us up. Oh, I'm on the one that's different from my pet. My pet's sitting here after this guy. Like, why is this not going down fast? Can we please focus on monsters? For once in your life. My healer has volunteered as a tank for the Shadow Witch, which is very kind of him. My pet wants to switch dead. Got another lookout. Accidental grinding. I just want to go to the tower. I should have stuck to the wall, but I wasn't thinking about it. That's okay. We're getting experience for this. We might hit level 47. I think we need to cast around a malaria. This, and get us going. Yes, yes, you're a very scary quest mob. We have already dealt with you. Very, very scary. I'd say she's one of the first quest mobs that speak, but the skeletons are all laughing at us because we picked a poor path. I'm just going to attack this one skeleton on the hill. That's what you get for randomly pathing at us. Randomly pathing in our general vicinity. And of course she's a quest mob, so she's gonna respawn fast. Okay. Route Defiant Charm only works during the day. Well, thanks, game. I appreciate that you made an item like that. You know, I like the Serpent Seeker's charm. All we did was collect a few items, and we got a charm that doesn't work. That works all the time. I mean, it's clearly more powerful, but this only works during the day. And I don't know what time it is. I think at days only lasts 12 hours. Like, you'd think a day would only last like 8 hours. The game's not that mean. And I say that because there's a place called Kithakor Forest, which was right outside of the halfling starter zone, and could be a starting area. But every night you'd have very high level skeletons and monsters pop out of the forest. And if the night was 16, 14 hours or whatever, that'd be much worse. So I think it's just 12 hours. Accidental grinding. Because that's how EverQuest works sometimes. You want to come in too? You're locked down for a little bit, but I think we're going to hit level 47. Yeah. Ding. So we're going to not get locked in that screen. Cast malaria on these guys to speed this up. And I'm going to sit down and learn my new spell. The spell is Frenzy. Increases strength, dexterity, and armor class. Stop. The other one is Frost Shard. So let's see. That's basically 20 more mana. Yeah, about 20 more mana. A little bit more damage. Okay, we can use that. Can you quit? Do I look like I want to be attacked by you right now? Attack my pet. A level Frost Shard. You aren't a threat, you're just annoying. Alright, pet, you gotta deal with him. The next spell is going to be Protect. Let me go do my boss quest. The quest mob is already back up. I don't need this in my life. Guess we got a new toy. Okay. Now the skeletons are done being a skeleton. I'm disoriented as all heck. Okay, there's the tower. Way up is this way. Yeah, one more lookout. Yes, yes, you are very strong, very powerful. Wait. It's not a huge improvement of damage, but it's something. Now, if the frenzy spell increased your attack speed, you know, I can see putting it on. I don't think it does. I could be wrong, but I don't think it does. Okay. This will be the last time we go through this tower. And it's going to throw everything at us, apparently. I bought both of these at the same time, just to establish dominance. Okay, so we got our torches in the first bag. Got some malaria. Is Watchtower Guardian gonna attack too? Nope. He's got elsewhere to patrol. Need some more repost skill, which is good. Getting those battle skills up. I mean, that did take a minute, but we did get some experience out of it, so it wasn't a total waste. So, would someone like to explain to me why the sergeant dropped a horse hoof? What kind of trade skills can this be used in? What chaos is going on here? No. Alright. I don't know what that is. That is just a very strange random drop. We have not seen a horse yet in this game. They exist. He dropped another one. What is going on? That is strange. Why are they carrying horse hooves all of a sudden? We're just gonna run in and start beating people up. Because that is the attitude of somebody that is going to take down the boss. The monsters we once saw as a threat are now just going to get entirely waxed. Taking out these bad guys. He casts Eat Blood for 30 seconds. But I have an active healer, so good luck with that. You are no longer a threat. The Vashir claim dominance over this area. Here's the buddies. I'm going to turn around so I don't start getting hit in the back. Give my character a chance to repost, which just pretty much means when they attack me, instead of just blocking, I'll attack them back. So I pet on the one opposite of me as usual. Now Watchtower Guardian has the right idea. He wants nothing to do with any of this. He's just like, well, you know, I've got things to do tomorrow. I can't be respawning. You know how it is. We're gonna fight our first boss soon. Well, no, our second boss. The first boss was in Crescent Reach, where we fought the ogre on the throne. Yeah, so I guess this would be canonically the second boss. He's charging me 9 platinum every 15 minutes now. I know I've got money, but yeeks. I'm gonna make you earn it. Alright, go up the stairs. Get past the shop lane. Fight the guard that decided he wants to have a piece. And there's the watch captain. You will see a lot of him very soon. So I don't know why he thought he'd be able to guard the tower by himself, but as long as you're watching and not doing anything, no one cares. Oh, I watched him do that thing. Wow, okay. What are you gonna do about it? You're going to fall on the floor and pretend you never existed. Now some chain armor. For proper shaman. Now, see, these have torches. Like, literally, they're torches. So we're going to go to the watch captain. Be gone from this cursed place. So even though we've waited a long time to do this, he's still a high level. We have 5 levels senior on this captain. But he won't attack us until we're ready to activate the boss battle. Which means we can get our mana back. Kind of breathe for seconds. So this is our second boss. When you try to attack him, he's just invulnerable. He's a scripted boss event. Okay. So, we will hand him the proof of his dead cohorts. Captain seized with rage when he sees the captain crash the minions. You know not who you trifle with, mortal. I am Defon, captain of the watchtower. And the boss battle begins. Now, you need to light these torches. And because this game is so finicky sometimes, you click the very base, the light, it burns. It'll summon some bats. There's a shadow vortex recourse. So now we need to light another torch. You just need to keep casting torches, because these bats are going to cause issues. Yeah, so if you're trying to do this alone, and you're trying to fidget with this, it can cause a huge issue. And light the other 2 torches. And Defon is complaining in chat that it burns. So we're going to take the damage back to him. We got lots of bats. And we should be fighting the bats too. They don't have a whole lot of hit points, but you can't ignore them like we're doing. That is a very poor idea. The room is just getting darker. This is where we're standing. I'm slightly panicking a bit, and that's not a good thing to be doing. Take out one of these bats. Smack the watchtower captain. These bats are just going to keep coming, even if you kill them. You know, you just have to kind of deal with it. They will interrupt your spells. They will cause lots of issues. But once this captain gets to a low enough health, and for hindsight, I should have cast a drowsy on him. Ah, pathetic. Flee now or face the wrath of this tower. So he's challenged us to go and face him at the top of the tower. I'm not sure where my pet is. Yeah, my pet's right here. So he wants to go and fight the boss. No, we need you to fight the bats. So I had to carefully watch my pet now, because he's going to constantly try and go and attack the boss. We do not need to fight him right now. We need to get rid of these bats. No, don't go after the boss. Calm down, dumb pet. Protect our poor healer, which is that's warned by literally everything. Stop. Get some help. So imagine doing this at a lower level. There's this huge, massive bat swarm. And these can make your mercenary run away. There's just so many of them. I remember the first time I did this on a cleric. I didn't realize these bats would follow you up the stairs. So I just, you know, kind of went to go and chase after the boss like my pet wanted to. And all of a sudden I had a swarm of bats and he was on to the next phase. It was completely obnoxious. So yes, you do need to take out the bats. They're very annoying. It takes a minute too. We're almost done. And yes, technically you could have another player mess with your quest, but at this point most players did rather group with you than troll you. Because you have to know the person's on the quest in the first place. So unless you're like telling your friends, oh please don't troll me, you're probably fine. So he's just kind of waiting up at the top, like, what are these guys doing? Okay, let's not keep our new friend waiting. So now that we've got our things done, we'll finish the battle. Hello, sir. Now we got one more signal fire. Now we're going to continue our fight. He's serious now. But should be good. Now we got greater bats to deal with. And he's summoning me so I can't light the fires again. So do you go after the captain or do you go after the rats? I think I'm going to cast malaria on everybody. Just to soften everyone up. But even then, there's so many of them. You're really on a timer. If you're low level, your mercenary will flee. So all these monsters are going to be attacking me. They probably don't appreciate me doing that to them. So we got him turned around so my pet's will be able to attack the watch captain a little bit easier. Again, I should have probably casted Drowsy on him, but I wasn't really thinking about it. You seem to be doing okay, so 25% health. One of the bats died. Natural causes, I'm sure. We're just gonna forget about the signal fires and just smack them down. Take out these things, the malaria, some more time. One more round for good measure. Oh, that eats my mana, it's not bad. We'll continue fighting. Down he goes. The Dark Tower, Lord of the Tower, has been defeated. There's this plate. It's for shamans. It's for beast lords. And we'll take our boots. And there we go. We got toys. Now we gotta clear out this mess. Look how many of these ads. We did this pretty quickly too. We didn't use all our torches, but we didn't need to. We were so high level, we didn't need to weaken them that much. I am nearly out of mana. But that is the boss of the Blightfire Moors. And we got for our thing greaves that were not nearly as good as what we already have. But we did get some boots, which should be an upgrade. Nope, that's not an upgrade either. Unless... Well, the reason it's not an upgrade is because I think they're about the same, but I just got a random drop. So if I didn't get a random drop, I'd be fine there. You know, I'd eventually get the item through a quest reward. So our grand reward for defeating this incredibly difficult boss that can stomp you at lower levels if you're not ready for it and you don't know what you're doing was nothing. We took on this challenge for no reason other than glory. I don't want to trade with the undead bat. I want to trade with a signal fire. Why would I want to trade with a bat? No, I don't want to drop on the ground. There. I have lit the fire again. That is the power of the Beast Lord. So you can see how this quest could be a bit difficult. There's so many of them. Oh my god. Imagine being another player sitting there down at the bottom going, hey, can you finish the quest already? I killed the boss a while ago. I just have to deal with all the ads. Ideally, you'd be up here with friends, and you'd have one person fighting the bats, one person fighting the captain, and one person keeping you both alive, and you know, stuff like that. This isn't really meant to be done solo. So that's why it's set up the way it is. But if you do it solo, this is what you have to look forward to. I did it with a cleric and a warrior mercenary. Yeah, don't be afraid of it. But if you're not ready for it, it can cause the issues. Especially if you're something like a wizard. Because a wizard can kill these monsters, but he can't kill 100 of these monsters without running out of mana. So you probably want a warrior mercenary if you're going to do this, but then you can't heal yourself as a wizard, so it's like, well... yeah. Okay. Oh yeah, there's rats underneath me too. I wasn't even paying attention to those. I was just looking at the giant bats. Bats. You know what, I'm gonna kind of go on a bit of a tangent here, but you have games nowadays that are just so sanitized, and like Overwatch and Dead by Daylight and stuff like that. You have the community always complaining about being toxic. But on games like this, there was a big dragon called a Firm, which was a sleeper, which is this huge dragon of this huge ice island, which was a result of two dragons, Negefin and Vox. You know, it was their kid, and it was thought to be unkillable. You want to know what server took that thing out? Rallo Zek, a server where everybody can kill each other for no reason. You know, if another player wants you dead, you have to fight them or they'll take you out. And this is a very slow game. So imagine I'm sitting up here fighting this and a wizard just says, you know what? Your number is done. You know, that's the kind of server it was. Those are the people that beat Care Firm, not the ones that were Care Bear like this one, where everybody can't hurt each other. It was the server where, you know, everyone can fight. So I think having heavily sanitized player bases degrades them. It makes the experience worse for everybody. Because people that have the freedom to be a bit of obtuse, they're the ones that, in the end, get shit done. That's just my experience I've noticed over the years. Every time I play a game that's sanitized or something like that, it just brings out the worst. Greater Undead Rat attempts to channel the power of the corrupted amulet. So on top of everything else, this guy has mutated into something more powerful. Jeez. Okay. A little freak show. So this is the top of the tower. This strange dome of smoke. This isn't the sky, by the way. It's just a dome of smoke. So can I jump out of here? Can you let me jump out? You're gonna make me go all the way down the tower again with everything respawned. Okay, I guess so. I guess so. And that was it. We have done the Blightfire Moors. The only thing left is battling the Bixies. Which we will go to Scout Nathaniel and look at these other 3 quests of his. And we'll get our mantle. Yep. So we're going to battle some Bixies. We are done with the Dark Tower. We have pretty much beaten Blightfire Moors. This is a very big zone. We've gotten way too many levels. You figure back in the old days when I played, just getting to level 30 would take you through Kanos Hills, Blackburrow, North Corona, East Corona, go to High Pass, go to East Common Lands, you go to Freeport, then you go to North Row, then you go to Oasis of Mar, and you'd level there till about level 20. Then you'd go to Fader, and you go to the Estate of Unrest. And then I went to Ice-Clad Ocean after that. Then you'd go to, there's just a lot of places. Lower Gut. But here we've just done this one zone. Well, you know, just across the reach starting area. This place is just massive. Oh, you do it. Castle Mistmore was a place I like to play a lot too. Which doesn't really mean a lot, just saying it randomly, but you'd fight Dark Elves, but they weren't aligned with Dark Elves. They were aligned with this vampire called Mayon Mistmore. And I thought at the end of the dungeon, you know, he'd be the boss. So I'd sit there and like wait for him to like spawn and see what loot he dropped. But they decided he'd be a special quest monster, and instead of being a boss at the dungeon, they just treated him like he was some mythical figure. Which I always thought was a little bit odd, but I didn't really care enough to say anything about it. It was just like, well, okay, I like this Castle Mistmore dungeon. Can I fight the boss? No, we're going to drag out a story for like 10 more years. Does that sound exciting? No, I'd like to fight the boss and get some loot. 10 more years of this boss. Stop. But I don't know. It's not that big of a deal. Okay. This sapling seems like it misses somebody. Do you miss somebody, sapling? And that's the boss of Blightfire Moors. If I was lower level, those bats and the rats would have been a massive issue. It seems like probably seems like I did that really simply, but that's a fight. I just did the magical trick of waiting a few levels before attempting it, because I had the foresight to know what it was. A new player is not going to realize that. They're going to go up there and be like, "Oh, okay, that was an experience. Thanks, game. We will sell as spoils of war." Between you and me, I don't feel like those signal fires do enough. I get they're supposed to weaken the boss, but he's still... Even if you don't like the fires, which you can do, you can completely avoid doing it. It's still about the same. It gives you a little bit of an edge, but it's still a lot of monsters. Like, it's way too many monsters. And it's not that bad for the player, because it's not like they do a whole lot of damage. Then they make your mercenary run away. Because you've seen it before, like in the Warrens, the mercenary will absolutely panic. So if you're relying on heals from your mercenary and he goes, "Oh, I'm scared, I'm going to run away," then what do? I can heal, not every class can. So if you're a warrior and you're like, "Okay, heal me, mercenary," and he goes, "I'm sorry, buddy, I'm out of here." It's like, okay, thanks. If I remember correctly, Scout Nathaniel's here, so we'll do his quest line. And then we'll see where we're at on time, and then we'll go back into the Stone Hive. I'm gonna drink another clarity potion, because I don't want to sit down and meditate. I want to keep this going. So it looked like Nathaniel had 3 quests. Big C Jum Jum. Spirit of the Wolf is out, so recast out on me and my pet. He's not a wolf, but he's got the spirit of one. Now that Verant is back and they've requested a reach, we'll proceed with our mission. We've been paying attention to these pixies and they seem single-mindedly focused on growing the crops. We collect some of the pixies' Jum Jum. The variety seems to be different than any other species we know about. It grows more rapidly and aggressively than other species. It's also strangely colored, and of course there's the bizarre, most rabid devotion of the pixies' practice in growing it. We need to go out and bring back several samples of various varieties. Sure, buddy. Oh, pal. So we're going to be invisible for some of this. Because they're starting not to be a challenge. And I should have done this earlier, but I didn't think about it. So we're going to do them all at once. Any pixies disagreeing with my methods? Get to the Jum Jum field. Okay. Look into the buckets. Looking in buckets, well invisible. This is what I was thinking about that one day. I couldn't figure out why these wouldn't work. It's because I'm very silly. I'm gonna put our mercenary on passive. I don't think we're gonna need them for this next section. So now we need to collect some samples of golden stripe jump. Okay, remember how to get these. Thought you just click. Yes, yes, you're very intimidating. See what you can discover at the other fields. I'll check out the other field, see what's there. Slow down the production of the jump by reducing the number of bixies. Look in the cart and see if there's anything of interest. It wants me to collect jump, but I can't remember how you do that exactly. I thought you just click these. Alright, we're going to smack a gardener here in a second. These aren't really much of a challenge anymore. Not saying they were in the first place. Yeah, they're going gray. We don't get experience for fighting these. But we're going to do it because the quest wants us to. They're just for quest, but I don't think it matters. Pretty sure you just grab the jump. I feel like that's what it is. This is basically just a kill quest for things. Aha, I was right. Aha, I knew I wasn't crazy. I'm not crazy yet. I've got some brain left in me. Get out of here, worker drone. You are a threat to nobody. Just gotta remember, like... Yeah, I was right. I knew it. That was driving me nuts, because I knew I remembered grabbing these things. Like, it's one thing if I just made a mistake, but no, I know I didn't make a mistake. I knew for 100% certain I wasn't making a mistake there. Got a healer, but she's not aggroed to us. She's gonna heal this laborer. Like, oh, I didn't do anything. Don't look at me like I'm a monster. We know better. Worker drones causing problems. See if the gardener turns around and heals him. She might. She's too low level to want to get into battle herself, but we'll see. They'll do that, by the way. They'll just randomly... Because I remember one time, early on, I was fighting some monsters. Like, I think I was in a town, and the cleric wanted to heal the guard I was fighting. And she did. But she didn't aggro into the actual fight. It was just, you know, a monster being a pain in the butt for being a monster. But then, you know, she didn't fight me directly, but then somebody else came by and they killed the cleric that was healing, you know, that guard I was fighting. And I took a faction hit for it. I lost faction as if I had fought and killed the cleric. And I think that was an elf, and I really didn't want to lose that faction. So I was a little bit like, that's annoying. So they won't say they were in combat. But if you're being faction careful, which there's no reason to be nowadays, it was a bit of a thing. Alright, game, don't lag out on me. So we're going to malaria both of these. Because she can't control herself. Give the healers 2 targets. Just fighting bees. I got a laborer now. Where once this was a kind of a big deal, now it's no longer. I can handle this myself. Gardener is healing. They're going for it. Yeah, I'm strong enough to the point now where it's they're really struggling. Yeah, they can't keep up anymore. Gardener down there is also doing healing. Let's see. I've had on the other warrior. Might as well just go and take it out. It's just low on health. They both healed it, and I used an icicle at the same time. Kind of nullified the damage at 42% health. I might have to actually bring up my mercenary. So I'm taking a beating. We don't want to be this low on health. This should be good for the quest, cause, yeah, we still got to do more after this anyway. My pet has decided that the worker drone is more important than the healers. Oh, mighty cat, how can I ever eschew your wisdom? On the bright side, once they're out of mana, that's kind of it. It won't be nearly as annoying. I've got so many levels on this drone, so even on his best day, he won't be able to best us. Unless I go entirely brain dead. So apparently there is another gardener. So we have 3 healers. Which is what I've always wanted to fight. Like the premier nightmare scenario. And yes, I see I'm out of mana. So I'm at half health. Warder's at half health. Healers are falling apart. This means after this, it's time to manitate. Healer desperately trying to keep his little buddy alive. We're going to knock him out. I have completed an achievement for the Hive. The twisted and nefarious pixies of Stone Hive are a far cry from menacing, but ultimately harmless pixies that can be found in the common lands. My reward is my Bane attack now works on pixies. So now I hit them even harder, is long story short. So now I'm at 32% health. I got 2 more healers. I can always activate my mercenary if I think I'm in true danger. but I've got potions. I think you interrupted my drinking. I said, let me drink my potion. Yeah, I don't like it. I'm gonna activate my mercenary. Because I got healing on me, but it's not enough. Let my dear healer do what he's paid for. He's probably just sitting there going like, are you guys gonna let me do my job, or... It's not that big of a deal, but... Yeah. So I get one more Bixie. They just respawn really fast. If you're a newbie and you're trying to get in there, you'll eventually get the respawns behind you. And there's a Buzzazar that flies around this field too. I don't know where he's at right now, but you've seen me fight him before. It's this giant bee that just flies around. Come on. Now I wonder. So we're still dubious of the drones. So if I can not attack these for 5 seconds. You know, they won't attack me. It's the worker drones. I'm trying to get to you. We've aggroed one more gardener somewhere. Oh, it's you. So if I can refrain from attacking one of these, and stay away from the worker drones, which are all over the place, they won't actively attack me. We're gonna get Buzzazar here. I mean, it's just more experience, I guess. So that'll complete the task stage. Get that done with. Mercenary gets paid a little bit. Big complains. Not really. I did all this with clarity on, so... That's about as much as you can stretch out your mana before you need help. Yeah, I've got to remember where Jazuli, the golden one, is. I'm not really sure where she's at. I do know all our buffs are going. So my pet's not as effective as it could be. So I'm going to be a bit cheeky. Need to go out here, get our mana back. Rebuff our pet. Because if our pet isn't casting Spirit of Vermin, that's kind of an issue. So we're going to play gems while we wait. Welcome to EQ Gems. I put myself in a poor situation. There's not really a whole lot I can do about this. I just kept coming and coming. There was nothing I could do about it. You know what's funny? I never see anybody talk about this gems minigame. I think a lot of people don't know about it. If you're watching this and you just type /gems and play a slow mini game. That's pretty fun. It's a good substitute for, you know, talking to people and making friends. You can just have a good time by yourself in an MMORPG. Yeah, this is actually, I don't remember like the exact thing this game came out, but it used to take a really long time to get mana and health back. And eventually they gave you the golden buff in the top right corner that lets you regenerate faster out of combat. But I think it's funny, the original response to it takes forever to get your mana back after battle was, okay, we hear that you're having, it takes a long time to get your mana and health back. We're going to give you a mini game you can play while you wait. And that always made me laugh. Because it's a fun game. There's like, you know, I get it, you don't want to wait for mana, you can do something else. We can make gems and play this. And it was, I think it was entirely earnest too. You know, there's like, just play gems. But, yeah, this was the response. It wasn't, give you increased mana and health regeneration. It wasn't, instantly refill your health and mana. It was, we're just gonna give you a different game to play while you wait for your mana and health to come back. And I enjoy the game, so I think this is fun. But it's just kind of funny because nowadays people would be like, heresy, you must, you know, make everything faster. Everything must be faster. We need instant gratification. But back in yonder day, this was the solution to mana taking a minute to get back. You know, you can just see how far, you know, if you have a long play session, you can see how much, you know, you can get back. This gem makes your thing go woo. Okay. But we're done doing that. Oh yeah, I need to buff my pet. Load buffs. And we're halfway to level 48. So we are making progress. Generally what the old tactic in this game would be is you would pull monsters to your location. Like, where I'm sitting now, you'd sit here and you'd pull one of the pixies over here and you'd attack it with a group. You know, this would just kind of be a hunting place. You had to be careful because, oh no, here's Buzzazar. But I'm just... So that's the old-fashioned way to do it. You'd sit there and you'd pull these bees to your this location. But over the years, I kind of know what the classes I'm playing, what they can do, what their limits are. And like I said earlier, I see my character is very overpowered because he's 255 in every stat, where that would never be the case when I played. So, from modern gamers' point of view, it's very scary to play one character. You have to have like 6 other, you know, characters playing. You control them all through this, you know, client's nonsense. But to an older gamer like me, I just see the one character as just being ridiculous. And I play him as such. Because you don't need a whole bunch of characters to do all these things. Maybe at endgame, if you're doing stuff, I don't know. I'm sure there's a reason, but I've never really ran into it. If a monster's too strong for you, you just gain a few levels and come back later. If you're at max level, surely there's other max level players you can play with. Well, that's just my opinion as an old geezer gamer. Go play with your friends, Sonny. As an MMO, if you're playing an RPG like Skyrim, you know, it's okay to do everything yourself. Which, if you want a few laughs, my Skyrim series is very silly. Unintentionally so. It's a good time. So now I'm going to be cheeky and I'm going to try and invis and grab those buckets. Because I don't really want to fight 500 of those bees again. Excuse me. This is supposed to be a safe zone. I said it was safe. Yeah, you can't grab these while invisible. So if you were wondering, the game said no. No, you can't do that. It's only the yellow ones. Oh, it's you again. I thought you just flew by. You just flew by. I'm going to slow you because I don't want to deal with you attacking my warder for 500 damage. Heal the warder, which is now fully buffed. That'll learn you. I think I'm still going to invis because I don't want to deal with the drones. Because the Pixies won't actually attack me because they're still dubious. Because I haven't completely lawnmowered the entire stone hive yet. But we're getting there. Look at the difference. He's doing like no damage now. Slowing the enemy in this game is very, 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 very powerful. I don't do it a lot, but it's very, very powerful. It's moreover that I just don't remember to do it. Come on, cast your invisibility. Get that skill up. I gotta look for a... There. I'm gonna get attacked by a drone immediately, but that's okay. I got the toy. What you gonna do about it? I'm gonna fight some worker drones. Which are always scowling to you, no matter what you do. Doot. I get no experience from this guy, but he wants to fight. Down he goes. I'm gonna re-invis for no other real reason than building my divination. I'm gonna look for one of those yellow buckets, which I thought. Okay, uninvis. Grab this. Get attacked by 2 more worker drones. Because I'm being obtuse on the way I'm doing this. 3 worker drones. Oakley dokley. Well, let's see. Take you out. See, despite all of our violence, the Stone Hive Pixies don't care that much. It's like they're dubious until you like really like start killing the queen and stuff. So even if you beat on these for a fairly significant amount of time, it's only these guys that you have to worry about. Okay, so thanks to the glory of respawns, we have randomly... Hold on. We need to get some striped Jum. Okay, so not to the glory of respawns. How dare you confuse me like that? I will cry forever. For some reason, the wasp has a fine feathers. Give that a big thumbs up. He's just having a good time. There's one. Move. Click. There we go. Get attacked by a worker drone. We now have all the toys we need. And we can go back to Atheniel. After this guy gets bodied, apparently. He chose this path, not me. A worker drone attempts to channel the power of the corrupted amulets. He is now bigger. I already have one, so I can't take it. I got 0.5 experience. With a bonus, by the way. Not gonna miss this field, to be honest. It was integral to gaining a few levels. And I got to make a funny bees pun on the 8th episode. So, that was very entertaining to me. 0.2 experience points. In the olden days, we'd say you got 300 experience points. And then you'd look at the maximum level you had to go. But we decided percentages were cool. Available vitality. I don't know. Video games. Going to Invis just to build up our divination. I think a long time ago, invisibility dismissed your pet. Don't quote me on that one. I think a long time ago, you got rid of your pet. And feign death, you know, the ability that lets you pretend you're dead, it would like accidentally, like it wasn't intentional, but I think the game would actually say, okay, you died, we're sending you back to your spawn point. And you lose experience. But that was a thing. Like really early on, like early 2000s. You feel yourself starting to appear. And I have appeared. What a reliable spell. So we're going to give you the samples. Here is your toy. Here is your toy. You carefully place the pieces of Jum Jum down at Nathaniel's feet. He sniffs a few, seems to be fairly repulsed by the odor. He explains that later on, he'll have a courier send them back to Crescent Reach for further examination, but thanks you for helping him out in this matter. Now that the Council has the Jum Jum samples, I'm sure we'll get to the bottom of what makes it so important to Pixies. We still, however, had to figure out just what they are up to. We hope to find out what their intentions are. Go in and see if you can find out what they're planning. Bring back any proof of this to me. Go see what they're planning. I think they're just trying to farm, dude. It's kind of obvious. But I've always appreciated how this game's quest, because it wasn't really back in yonder day. It wasn't really a quest, like this quest system was rather new, I think, to the Serpent Spine. Most of it was more like bounties, like I remember my first quest was go. Hold on. I think even though I have these, I have to undo this. Hold on. Oh, this is something different. I forgot what I was saying. Oh yeah, the quests were more like bounties. So like, you'd have a quest giver say, bring me 4 Knoll teeth. I'll give you a faction and some golden experience. And that was kind of the beginning of end of it. There was no quest log or anything like that. Go bring me 5. No, it was never above 4. So go bring me the head of Sir Lucan de Lair. You'd remember the quest manually, and then if you had the head, you'd deliver it to the NPC, and you get a quest reward. And everyone was okay with that. So now, for some reason, they're dropping Bixie plans. And it looks like a slaver aggroed onto us. Generally the kindest profession, as you'd imagine. Are they really a villain in a video game if they don't have some sort of slavery thing? It's kind of cheap, but whatever. I've been calling these like winged sirens. Like, if you remember the old Sailor Tales, you'd have singing mermaids, basically, that would sing and lure sailors to their doom. These guys kind of do the same thing. They lure you into the hive, and then you become a Bixie thrall. Because look, isn't it a pretty girl? Don't you want to be captured by this creature? I'm sure younger me, like 10 years younger, would be like, yes, but no. Thanks, smart. It's just a bee. No matter how it looks, it's just a bee. Okay, so we need to take out 4 stone hive warriors. So we're going to go find some warriors. Wherever they may be. See what I did there? See, this guy, he couldn't resist the honey. He was like, oh yes, let me be captured by your high polygons. Here's one. We come out of invisibility, give this warrior a heart attack, smack him in the head with an ice spear. What a way to go. Then she's going to turn around and get mauled by a warder, while a floating dragon just kind of sits there and goes like, hey, what's up? By the way, the Bixie plane pieces were randomized. What you saw me do was streamer luck, I guess you'd say. That's not the norm. Raising my divination, finding any excuse to do so. So here's our remaining 3 warriors. Take them out. And that will complete this quest. Well, bring me to the next part of the quest anyway. Pow. Do. We're so high level, it's taking them a minute to assist each other. And you saw with the skeletons at the Dark Tower, well, they don't do it at all. But also because we're higher level, they don't do as much damage. So maybe it was good we missed this quest in the end after all. Let me attack. She has a rake. We need an orange to slay that rake. Like a fruit, like an orange. Because I remember the story about the orange that slayed the rake. Okay. So the next part is to bring him the Bixie plants. You know what? Something's bugging me. 1, 2, 5. I never found page 4. That's gonna bug me. I know there's a quest for it. But we're leaving the area. That's okay. Game? Come on. By the way, what's happening is my invisibility is fizzling. There we go. What a nice creature. Our wonderful playground. Lovingly crafted. Our warrior is going to attack people with a rake. I'm going to float down here. Take off my invisibility because I don't trust it. And it says he wants the plan. Give him that. Give him that. Give him the third piece. And the fourth piece. Nathaniel quickly pieces the plans together. After running his eyes over him, he stiffens a bit, seems shocked by his discovery. He quickly rolls the plans up for safekeeping and tersely thanks you. It is apparent he has much on his mind. What do you got on your mind, man? The council will interpret the true motives of the Bixies from the plants you gathered. I did manage to grasp that the Bixies use various slaves for some of the labor this farm requires. This plan mentions that Bixies use a substance which brings about a haze from upon the hapless victims. And even if you found the slaves, you may not be able to free them from the Bixies' mental sway. When you locate some of the concoction that the Bixies are using, I suggest you infiltrate the farmhouse. You'll find thralls and see if you can discover some of this haze-inducing substance. You'll need to bring it to Alchemist Maven at Crescent Reach, and hopefully create an antidote. Once you have this, head back to the thralls and free them with this. So basically we're getting some medicine for the people that got charmed by the Bixies. Oh, the Bixies want to be your friend. They just want to give you something to drink. You'll trust them, right? I mean, you just lose yourself to the bees. All you hear for the rest of your life is buzzing, being treated by bee girls. The end. We're made of sterner stuff, though. We won't be charmed. Let's go to the farmhouse, which is not this. So now we gotta find some of the haze powder on the farm alchemist. There's a farm alchemist. She's not green because we waited a while. But the thralls are all Ixars today. Got some barbarians, some wood elves. Alright, let's cause a ruckus. I took her a few seconds, but she finally turned around. Come on, pet. Nice, just berserk on this poor alchemist. There is somebody in here. Oh my gosh. Something really fun I've seen is wizards, like really high level wizards. They'll run around invisible, and then they'll just uninvis and knock whoever they're trying to knock out down one spell, and they'll re-invis, go deeper into the dungeon. It's something you see in Permafrost, which is like the high elf place that houses Lady Fox, and they just knock out giants over and over again because they have a lot of hit points. But it's always something to see, something to behold. We are just aggroing everything, aren't we? My warder is low on health. I wasn't paying attention. That is my bad. That could have been a disaster and a half. Your pet died when you were at full mana because you were watching your health and not the warder's. You are a bad master. You are absolutely the worst. I'm going to turn around and give this enforcer a smack. Of course that means we'll aggro something else. Because of video games. I'm going to cast some malaria on these guys just to soften them up. I could slow them, but I don't see the point. But now we need to go back to Crescent Reach, which means I can sell some of the stuff I've been collecting. Which is Ritual Mask. I don't know if that sells for anything or not. We'll find out. The warrior should run. 15 seconds on my ice spear, so can't really stop her. No, she didn't run. Good on you. Now I'm going to cast Origin. And we're going to go sell some stuff and bring the powder to Maven. Now there's an easy way and a hard way to do this quest. And it's very important that you decide which way you're going to do it. If you want to do it the hard way, it's the exact same reward as if you do it the easy way. But those, that wood elf and that barbarian we saw a little bit, those are the hardest ones to get out, because not only you have to deal with the ambush, you have to deal with the respawns in this building. But that XR that we saw earlier in that isolated thrall, that's the easiest one to get out of the Big C Mind Control. So Halloween's still going on. I think they're the EverQuest team is doing something for the Children's Miracle Network. They said, well, they'll invite streamers to do stuff for it. I don't really think, well, I'm happy people are watching the videos. I don't think I'm a big enough streamer to really help out with donations and all that kind of stuff. But I like showing off the game. For those brave enough to watch. See the leveling experience. Let's go check out our guild master. Looks like we've learned the basics of most skills we can. No, we should be okay. Bring pride upon our name. Just selling random stuff. We're almost out of the newbie milk. So we're all level 47. We're running out of the newbie milk. That's the haze powder we need for the quest. Got lone pixie meat. Got some of these wasp legs. If I was smart, I'd put that into one of my armor pieces. But I'd rather have the platinum piece. I just don't see that much of a battle advantage for that little bit of armor class. Especially since my pet's doing most of the heavy lifting. But who knows, maybe if you were a enchanter or a wizard or a magician, that 5 armor might save your life. There's always a different side. But I'm running around in leather, so you've got a chain and plate mail above what I've been showing you. Yeah, that does sell for a bit. Got 2 gold for 24 Bixie parts. Let's sell this. No, I wanted to put that in the bank, didn't I? I just never did. So now we freed up some inventory space. We'll go talk to Maven. Adjust her stance because I fat fingered that clicking. Turn around, go the correct way. Hit number lock so you can automatically run. Run into a wall because you picked the wrong way to go. Just this way. You are now a gamble to me, so if I wanted to, I could hunt them for experience points. They don't drop anything but like a little bit. There's a baby player. Let's give them Spirit of the Wolf because we're a part of this community too. That will help the newbie. I'll give this one. What is that? That's probably an older player, which is not surprising at all. But who knows? The person that gave us permanent levitation, do they think we'd be using it for the next 20 hours? Probably not. Probably never even crossed their mind. But it has, and we did. It has been a long time since I've looked at this. You know, it will be a longer time before I really sit down and play with it again, either way. So we need to go to the Alchemist. It used to be you'd put your money in the bank because your money would be left on your corpse if you perished. So the bank would be like a place where you keep all the important stuff you didn't want to lose. But now you don't lose your corpse stuff on your corpse nowadays. So the bank, ironically, is kind of a thing of the past. It's always kind of a weird feeling when things that used to be overwhelming to you are no longer that big of a deal. Hey, remember you, the most killed shaman in this game? Maven, that's who we need. I'm gonna say hi to you. I'm not gonna get a response back, so I'm gonna shove Bixie powder in your nose. Here, I've managed to create an antidote for the Bixie's haze powder. Give these to the thralls and they should wake up from their sleepless slumber. So she has given us 6 Bixie haze antidotes. And we need to rescue 5. So that means if one of the thralls die, then you have to get more powder, come back here, turn that in again. So it is very important you take this seriously if you were the one doing the quest. So I'm going to show you both the easy and the hard way. That character looks cool. That is an elf of very high level. This is a cat of very dead level. What's funny is Vashir have safe fall. So they must have really goofed that one up. As a low level player, we'll give them Spirit of the Wolf. Because if I was a low level player, I would appreciate it. Do what has been done to you to others. That is how the EverQuest do. They're AFK. That guy clearly doesn't need help. Low level player. Came to the place he perceives as safe, which it actually is. So that's smart. Level player. You're probably an experienced player, but if you're under level, you aren't level 10 yet. It means you missed this tutorial. If you're a new player, you probably want to do that. But I can also understand how people would not want to do this tutorial. I showed it off to do it quickly, but that may bother some people. Well, that's okay. End up like this poor fellow. That poor dark elf. Going to invis because I don't want to get a giant bug rat attacking me. Though they are not a threat, I don't want to deal with it. I can walk around freely. I could have sworn that there was a rat there a second ago. What is up with that? If you haven't noticed, you can tell you're invisible by these parentheses and this little sheep man icon thing. That's clearly a human's face. I'm not really sure what the rest of the icon's supposed to be. I'm sure there's an official thing, but I don't know it. We will now be rescuing thralls. Yep, somebody had a bad day. This was very recent. So when we started the stream, this poor adventurer was out here fighting these plants. And I fell to him. Rest in peace. If I was on a cleric, I'd probably try to resurrect them. But a little trick, if you have a healer mercenary, like I have a healer mercenary, if I die, I can have my mercenary resurrect my corpse. So I can get my experience points back, most of them. I get resurrection sickness, but you know, that's okay. So this is the easy one. We're going to do the easy one first, and I'll show you how to do the harder ones. So this is the easy thrall. He is all by himself. Everything will attack him, so you kind of want to clear the area. But since we're on the higher end of things, it's not really that big of a deal. If we were lower level and this fight took a significant amount of time, the thrall would be in more danger. Hey, I think it's what I was waiting. No, it wasn't. One, two. I need 4. Anyway. So I'm going to take this lovely powder. I'm going to give one to the thrall. The thrall blinks and rubs his eyes a bit. What happened? Where am I? Wait, it's all coming back to me. Please, you must help me escape this fiendish farm. And this is the guard that's going to try and stop his escape. On every big city wants that thrall dead. And they will absolutely do it if given a chance. So if there are Bixie warriors out here, if we don't kill this fast enough, they will also aggro onto it. But we need to escort this thrall back, because he may not make it safely. So this is the easiest one to do. If you just want to wait for this thrall to respawn and do it 5 times, you know, this is probably the easiest way to finish this quest. And this place, this one thrall, is the easiest one to save. He does respawn, so all you have to do is just walk this thrall all the way to town, go back, wait for the respawn, do it again, and so forth. And we need to rescue 5 of them, so we gotta do this 5 times. And that guard, when that guard briefly hit him, it took away 10% of his health. There's kind of a heads up on how fragile these things are. Can you cast Spirit of the Wolf on him? So you can haste him, but it doesn't matter. He cares not for my spells. All he cares about is walking slowly on a predetermined set path. I wish I had the courage of this man, but not the foresight. He got turned by a Bixie. He saw the bee ladies and he was like, "Oh yeah, that's great. Thumbs up." I think this is the first escort quest this game has given us. First one I think was in Plain and Nightmare, where we had to guide the erudite through this maze. Okay. I have been freed from the grip of words. I have been freed from the grip of Bixies. The Bixies. I thank you. And then he dematerializes. Just like when I log out for work for the day, I just dematerialize until I'm needed the next day. I start my NPC pathing. I'm gonna rebuff Spirit. What's our time on these? If I don't rebuff, I'm gonna regret it. Gotta rebuff Stinky back there, so he does what he's supposed to do. I wonder. Strength, dexterity, and armor class for up to 20 minutes. Do I care enough about that? 'Cause I'd be recasting it over and over again. I don't like the time on that. "60 abjuration." go. And I'll give myself under magic for no reason. Come on, game. Like starting a lawnmower that hasn't been started in a while. Come on. It costs me mana every time this fails too, by the way. There we go. You gotta do it. You gotta get that spell going. Because if I don't, I'll never raise my abjuration. And then when I actually need it, like later on, casting like a high level spell, it'll just go, well, we're gonna just fizzle you till you're out of mana. Good job, hero. So you do have to do it eventually. Ideally, you do it as you leveled up. It's kind of part of growing your character. Yeah, we're still on the kill on sight with these bees, even though we've been beating them up for like ages now. So don't worry about your faction too much. But we're going to show you the hard way to do this quest. You can easily just wait for that thing to respawn over and over again. But to explain this, some of these thralls, or the majority of them, are in the back of this room. Now as they go out, they will aggro every single Bixie. So if you would like to do this safely, you have to take out all the Bixies in the way first. So we're going to take out this warrior. Just in case somebody's already doing this quest and you're like, well, okay, where do I get the other thralls? So imagine you save the thrall in the other room and then you have to fight all these four. It's not ideal. My pet has apparently decided this slaver must die first. I don't know what the slaver did to my cat, but he drew the short straw. Spellbinder's next. My pet says so. Oddly enough, I think our magic resist might have helped us out. I didn't expect a wizard monster, but here we are. Down it goes. My pet has now decided the farm alchemist needs to go down. We're both at about 70% health, so we're okay. I have a nice spike. Or ice spear. I'm getting hit by lightning bolts. Let's go run into the back rooms. So if we do need to get more, we got the haze powder back. So there is kind of a benefit if you want to be stubborn and use this building to get your guys out. So we'll heal ourselves after that grueling battle. And then you got 2 more bees. So assuming the fight in there went okay, you'll still be dealing with the bees out here. And they would also attack your thrall. This quest is a menace. Let's go ahead and attack this one. It's not important enough to control the pet for some things. You're just gonna have to go with the flow. Have that grumpy group leader control your pet. He's gonna cause a train and we're all gonna die. Well, just relax. Okay, so this is the hardest thralls to rescue. One's in the very, very back. So we're gonna rescue this guy. What happened? Where am I? Wait, it's all coming back to me. This helped me escape this farm. And the Bixie guard just smacks him for 10% of his health. So now we've got to rescue this barbarian. Which if you're at a lower level and this is a struggle, this could be an issue. Especially if you take down this guard and that other bee aggroes. Yeah, he lost about 10% of his health with that one crit. So can we get the hardest thrall out to save alive? I guess you could also argue the wood elf, but meh. Oh, good lord. He's going straight down the middle. Yeah, they won't attack me, but let's see what they do to the thrall. Are they going to attack the thrall? We will see. Nope, looks like he's scot-free. I have had thralls go down pretty quickly because the bees in that place aggroed onto them, and they just don't last very long at all. This thrall is level 20, so you figure they're getting hit by bee women like 10 levels higher than them. I was kind of upset at the time because that's when I learned that you have to go back to town and to get more of this powder. I learned the hard way. I was not too pleased with it. It was one of those situations where you're just like, okay, I'll do this tomorrow. And you gotta sleep thinking about it and you're like, okay, that was a wash, so we're going to redo this a little bit smarter. So if I was a thrall, I'd say, forget your rescue. I'm going to go straight to the stone hive. Just slowly walking home. Towards the stone hive. Thrilling gameplay. I do like using the old models over the new ones. These I think have a lot more soul to them. Because when they made these souls or models, you know, they had to represent, you know, what the character was with fairly few polygons. Okay, so we got a drone on us. I'm going to make him aggro me. Well, actually, you know what? Let's let our pet take care of it. It shouldn't be that big of a deal. Yeah, we're okay. We're too high level for this nonsense. Imagine being at a lower level, you have to deal with that egg tender drone, and your thrall just keeps walking. Because you have to follow them to the end to get credit. This walk is required. What is that? Oh, that's a player. A dead player, but a player. It's a frog. So I guess almost 2 days ago, there was a frog wandering around here, and they got stung in the eye by a giant bee. I'm like, ah, my eyeball! And then they died. Then they became bee food. One year later, we're almost there. But yeah, this is the hardest rescue. Doesn't seem too thrilling since I killed all the bees before I started the attack or rescue, but yeah. This is the hardest one to do. Just go to either the building over there with the thrall and the small little pot place. That's where they all are. I have been freed from the grip of the pixies. I thank you. And there you go. Now by the time of that wonderful walk, our pixie friend should have respawned. So we're going to see who replaced the Ixar. So we have a high elf. I'm going to get rid of you because you're going to cause me issues. The minute that guard spawns, this pixie will assist. So my high elf brother could not resist the allure of the pixie women. Was this all part of your plan? If you hail them, they don't say anything. There's no breadcrumb that tells you, hey, this is for a quest. It's just, you must help me escape this farm. I played too much with the pixie women. I paid for it. Now you think a high elf would cast magic spells. Because that is thematically what high elves do in most games. But nah, he's just gonna punch and walk. Maybe he doesn't have his mana back. Don't worry, brother. The pixie titties will bother you no longer. You are free from their nonsense. Legion is always gonna be very displeased with you. But the drones, they won't go see you as a threat until like way later. I think we'll get through this entire area without having them worry about us. A stone hive slayer and a thrall. A match made in heaven. Because video games are going to ignore each other. Sorry, I'm just trying to escape. I gotta go back to a fell with. Got things to do. No problems. So, over time we've been getting factions slowly with the Circle of the Crystal Wing. They now regard us as kindly. Now, I'm not sure what kind of benefit you get from having them like you, but it's nice to have an ally out in the world. Especially since our character, their roleplay as they started being captured by kobolds. It used to be you kind of make your own story as you went. Like wherever you started at your own starting city, you kind of give yourself your own background and just kind of make your own adventure. But at some point they just went, nope, we got to teach you guys how to play. You need a tutorial now. And so you all start in the kobold land. And you got to do the hero's journey. But there used to be, at the very start of this game, there was a tutorial that you could play offline. And you start as a priest named as so-and-so. And that was a very fun tutorial. You pretty much he taught you how to jump and walk, and you can play EverQuest offline. So you had this 3D game that had an offline tutorial. And you fight a wolf. It's just a human cleric named so and so. And I loved it. I still remember it to this day. They eventually removed it for who knows why. But it was really cool. And that was a tutorial that I grew up with when I played this game. You just kind of see how... Because sometimes you didn't want to play your main character. You just wanted to kind of relax. So you just load up the tutorial. Take a little so-and-so and a little walk. He'd fight I think it was a wolf and a skeleton. Get a little piece of armor. It was fun. And we're going to fight all these warriors again. Every time we want to rescue a thrall from in here. Every single time. But I really like this tutorial. There's nothing wrong with the current one. It's a bit rough if you're like a class that can't solo very well. But you do learn how to play your class. Or if you don't, you just leave the tutorial and do what you want. I play at a little bit of a higher level. A lot of people aren't going to buff up after every fight, and heal and stuff like that. Maybe be beyond the grasp of the modern gamer. I don't blame him. Remembering to heal yourself after a fight, that's really intense for a modern gamer. Let's see. Cast malaria on you. Be like me, forget to heal my warder. Power of a zoomer technology. I will say the classes that can't really heal, you can bring a mercenary along. That's not really an issue. You just rely on them a little bit more heavily. Or alternatively, you can just do enough damage to the monsters where you take them out before it becomes an issue. Because my character can heal, I have a balance of all these different skills that a lot of people don't have. Kind of a jack of all trades. I thought about doing a bard, but I couldn't get my bard to do what I wanted him to do. And constantly be weaving your damage over time spells. It's a whole experience, and it's a good experience. Bards are fantastic, but I just couldn't get it right. So I was like, well, let's do a beast lord. It's more of my play style. I like the chill experience these provide. Or some people may see this more as too much to manage. That's fine. See the guy's back. Let's just save the wood elf because it'll make me happy. I mean, they have beds. It's not like the Bixies are just making them stand around. They aren't that mean. It's their fault for getting seduced by bee women. Alright, buddy. Time to free you from the bees. Because you saw bee women and you're like, ooh, give me. Begin your walk, young man. There she is. Take her out before she takes my thrall out. We will save the wood elf. So we've saved an Ixar, a barbarian, and now we're saving a wood elf. These Bixie women really are tantalizing, I guess. Just remember, say no to bee women, and you'll be okay. Look how small this elf is. You're so tiny. See if we can get you out of here without more combat. They're still dubious, so they won't attack us. Why would you want to hurt us? We're just nice bee women. Don't attack us, sad face. Raw XD, dinosaur, emote. Why would you attack the bee women? We're nice. We just want to take over Crescent Reach. We could be a new allied race. The Bixies. Yay! They're not the strongest. They're just sirens. And then you realize that these big bees are the male versions of them. Little bee wasp creatures. After this one, we'll rescue the thrall that should have respawned in the smaller building. And that should be battling the Bixies. Wonderful stone hive. It's a hive full of stones. Oh my god, I see monster corpses. What is this? Oh, I got debuffed at some point. Someone has decided the free trial of life has ended for these bees. It's just another leveling player. Why am I being attacked by green ooze? I didn't even know green oozes are in this place. Whatever, I gotta keep up with my throw. These bees need to leave me alone. Please and thank you. I'm trying to escort this dumb thrall. I will walk backwards and fight you. Behold my technique of walking backwards and fighting bees. Oh yeah. So there was a flying cat that was levitating all over the place, walking backwards and fighting bees while escorting a wood elf that Got a little too excited by the bee women. Decided he made the right life choices. While a draken, which is a half human, half dragon-like creature, was doing spot healing when that was necessary. I got another drone on me. Okay, sure, whatever. Really though, where did the green ooze come from? There is nothing, I have not seen green ooze in here anywhere. So maybe what happened is another player was running from the center of the zone, and they ran to Stone Hive to escape. And the green ooze got to the zone line and was like, well, okay. And he just attacked me because I was close by. That's my suspicion on what happened. Could be wrong, but that's what I think happened. Like how if you look left, he moves to the right. If you look right, he moves to the right. Okay, I need to do one more. He just always like left, he just does that. You turn to the right. That's the same movement. You have to use your imagination with this game. Which would confuse and scare people of younger years. Could you imagine having to use your imagination? Be crazy. Alright, let's clear out these warriors because I know they'll cause me problems. Don't need the plan. You couldn't resist the bee woman either, could you? Alright. You must help me escape this farm. You couldn't resist the bee woman. You should be studying. Yep, I caught a slaver. That's why you kill him early. Please don't kill my guy. I need him alive. Please don't kill my thrall. Please don't kill my thrall. It will absolutely kill the thrall. Okay, good, he's on me. Please stay on me. Do not kill the thrall. Okay, good. I don't need to explain why this would cause issues. But he could not resist the bees. So now we've got to rescue him. He's lucky I came along and I had a stronger constitution than he did. Use the walk of shame because he couldn't stop looking at the bees. Oh, pretty bee women. Learn your lesson, I hope. But you know, I gotta kind of wonder, what would make all these men be so attracted to these bee women? Look at the hard labor they made them do. They had beds, and they were in a house. You don't see these guys working. They're not mining or doing some sort of fancy thing. What were they doing? The bee women doing to these poor men? It must be something nefarious. What purpose would a bee woman have for capturing males? It must just be to farm Jum Jum. Because we saw a lot of these trolls on the farms, right? Oh, you're safe now. Please don't get recaptured. Okay. He actually gave me a cheer, but then he disappeared and vanished into nothing. So we're going to talk to the scout. And he's going to give us things. Oh. I got a lot of toys. Because I did the entirety of Lightfire. So I got a choice of different weapons. What do I want? So I want a two-handed sword. Do I want a one-hand blunt weapon? One-hand piercing? Or one-hand blunt? So which is my weaker thing? 8 damage, 7 damage. So what I think I'm going to do, so that's 9 damage. Let's grab the dagger. Yeah. So we got a lot of upgrades here. And that's not one of them. Okay, so we got the Rough Soldier's Mantle, which will replace our current one. Brain. Shoulders. Shoulders. Okay, that's why. We'll replace this thing. Let's go ahead and destroy it. So this is the same as that. So we got random upgrades for that. We've also got better, so we'll destroy that. So rough coastline gloves versus the glooming deep gloves that we've had since the very beginning of the game. We finally, at almost level 50, get an upgrade to that. Finally. We finally upgrade our gloves. So we've got some sleeves. We're still using kobold sleeves, so we'll finally upgrade our sleeves. Now we got the tutorial. So we got new ear. But I don't like them, so we're gonna get rid of them. Because these have better stats and these have hit points and mana regeneration. So if you were wondering, I want the regen. So got a rough soldier's ring. I don't like these either, so we're going to destroy these. And we got a Hornet's Bane, which Beast Lord's going to use. Base damage 12, compared to our base damage 7. The stats are a little bit worse, but the delay is a little bit worse, but doing double damage for like a second of delay, that's like nothing. So this will do 9 damage, and this will do 12 damage. And so 12 damage, plus bane damage to pixies, and 9 damage, with just a lot of stats. We'll destroy that. So we'll switch our weapons around a little bit. Give us a little bit of an edge for what's to come. Jazuli the golden one. Let's see where we're at. So working for Warwing. Queen Bixie's, that's gonna be rough. I don't have the confidence that I can do that. Yep, we're almost done. Got Warwing, which is an experience. Got the golden one. Honey Covered Journal is a quest that I have with me. Let's start the Honey Covered Journal quest, because I've been trying to collect it. I haven't been saying anything, but I've been trying to collect this kind of in quiet. So we have Vixie Evolution. So we need 4, 6, and 7. Perhaps completing this journal would give us insight to the Vixie Evolution. They haven't given me, you know, the things. There's 3 pages I'm missing. I don't know. It says the location is all zones, so it might be in Stone Hive too. Let's find Jazuli and go from there. Gotta find this silly bee. Delve into the magical research area. So we had the library, we had the place where they had the things. I don't remember where that's at. Don't mind me, just passing through. Being nosy. Nope. Defeated gnome. I'll be defeated at some point too, but not today. Not today. Very cool zone. I really do like the fantasy feel of this area. Giant flora is kind of underrated. I got 3 minutes of Spirit Wolf. I need to rebuff. We're getting ready to go fight in the middle of enemy territory, so I'm taking a risk. It'll be okay. Worst case scenario, I activate my mercenary. I'm worried, but I'm not like too worried about it. That has 15 minutes on it. So I gotta remember where. That's a rare creature. I'll tell you, we'll take her out just for the sake of doing so. She won't always be up, so while she's here, I might as well get credit for it. I'm taking out those dangerous rare mobs. Delve into the magical research area. Maybe it's downstairs? Because the second floor is the alchemy place. And the alchemy place has, yep, here comes more. So worth it. Not, I don't regret it. Stormy Shroud of Deceit. Yeah, it's just gear. I gotta remember I don't have my pet or my mercenary activated, so I can't rely on them to protect us if something goes wrong. Oh, now you want to drop. I'm gonna drop after I activate the quest. Okay. Heal our pet. It will heal me. Smiley face. Now you drop. Okay. So all that time I was waiting, you have to activate the quest to get these things to drop. Now you drop. Like with no effort. Now they drop. That's how it is. Okay. So you're ever wondering how to complete that quest, you have to activate it first to get everything done. We're gonna load our buffs while that happens. Spirit of the Wolf runs out, so now we're very, very slow. By slow, I mean normal. Which once you get used to being fast, it's kind of hard to go back. "62 Abjuration." Give him a little bit of monkey spirit. Got some spiritual light, which is now fizzling for some reason. God's quickening. Gotta keep my pet in shape, or I will pay for it. It is my main power. My mercenary is sitting there like, "I'll buff you if you'll pay me." Nah. Alright. Alright. Cast. I'm gonna load our general. Now I'm thinking, I know Spirit of the Monkey raises dexterity, but I also know Frenzy raises dexterity. So I wonder if Frenzy might be the better choice, but at the same time, Monkey lasts for 40 minutes. It lasts for 20 minutes. I don't really want to cast it every 20 minutes. It's not worth keeping on my general spell slot. I like buffs, but I don't like it that much, you know? Okay. So, well, my character is me annotating. Let's take a look at this here book and complete this honey-covered journal. Okay. I don't think they have to be in order. And that will complete the book. Well, that will give me more hands. And I'll get a book. Isn't that wonderful? What are the stats on these hands? Looks like they're an upgrade. Alright. Double check one more time. Yep, they're an upgrade. Ornate. This is ranged. Oh, that's not a good upgrade at all. Okay, well, that was a thing. I'll keep it just because I like books, but... doesn't let me read it or anything. Get rid of these. Okay. So that's a way to complete things. Alright, let's find the Stinky Bee. Where are you at, Stinky? Let's go look downstairs first. Oh yeah, there's the scout earlier. He'll be right out soon, wink wink. There's nothing above here. Because last time we came down here we fought the trickster. Or the prankster, rather. We didn't go over here. Oh look, an undead slave. Which means they'll see me. I don't think this is where she's going to be. We'll go down here and just check anyway. It's not going to hurt anything. Besides the monsters, I mean. My pet is attacking the widow. We'll do that too. Let's get that sorted. Like how it's got nice, happy, cheery music, and we're just destroying everything. So imagine being so attracted to pixies that you, after you die, you're like, yeah, let's stay, keep doing it. I like these bee women that much. There's a whole bunch of these things, aren't there? Keep you up, make sure you're healed. Doesn't matter how much damage you do if you have 0 hit points. I'll take you. Can't think of where else the this person would be. Jazuli the Golden One in the magical research area. Skeletons are magic, so it would make sense. Ding, level 48. So we get Protect, which is armor, and a Spirit Salve, which is an upgraded heal. Sometimes it's not always good to use your bigger heal, but it does mean you're using less cast total. We've meditated so little, or not up to where you think it'd be. And we're in combat now too, so that's kind of a thing. Accidental grinding. You like my new bee bane weapon that we're using when we're not fighting bees? Alright. Is there a bee in here? Catacomb creeper. That's a living creature. I just want to take a peek. So I can see if the golden one's down here. Come on, game. Come on. Come on. Let me cast a spell. Come on. Any day now. I'm pretty sure spells just fail more if you're in a dangerous area, just because of the suspense factor. I'm perfectly safe right now, but you know, oh, he's trying to cast invisibility in Stone Hive, and he has low divination. Let's make this take a while to cast. It'll increase the stress of the area. Old gamer logic, I guess. There's Fum the Mad. You know what, let's beat you up because I feel like it. He's a rare creature. So he didn't just get charmed, he went insane. Hobbits usually have, or halflings rather, copyright TM, have stronger willpower than most other fantasy creatures. So C1 has been driven insane trying to resist the Bixies. We're probably doing him a good favor. As sad as it is. Well, you'll have second breath like it's in another life. Ornate Defiant Charm. Comes alive only when it rains or snows. Why does this game do that? Okay. I received 18 platinum for defeating him, by the way. That's more money than we've gotten in quite a while. Okay. There's another Cryptic Spirit, which is a spellcaster. So we're going to smack it. Jump around the corner to lure it out. See, when I actually catch them before they attack me, I have strategies. He can heal himself. Oh no. We haven't dealt with that one before, have we? Enjoy an icicle, which completely cancels out your heal. If you're a warrior, you could probably shield bash them, interrupt the heal. But my thing with that is they still have mana. So if you can just drain them of mana, they just can't heal at all anyway. Apparently, if you're good enough to where you can stop 3 of these things from healing, you know, that's good. This is kind of annoying. Okay. Jazuli, are you down here? A reanimated thrall. You think this being can see you? That's not my worry though. I see no golden ones. This was not where I needed to be. Any golden people down here? I gotta check. Take the skeleton. Because I do not know where this lady could be. My map sure as heck doesn't tell me. You could technically go to Alakazam and see if anyone else has seen her. Which I'm sure they have, but that's... It takes so long to do all that mess. That's usually just faster to go and manually look. So even though this is taking a minute, this is probably still faster than tabbing out of the game, pulling up the website, fiddling with all that fun stuff. Especially with invisibility. Okay, are you? Oh, I got smacked. Well, since you're all here, alright, I don't like it. We're gonna reactivate our wonderful buddy here. Note to self, the bottom is just all undead. Just every one of them. Well, that's okay. Bunch of undead and the poor halfling that tried to get away and went crazy doing it. A skeletal suitor. So he was so much in love with these bee ladies. He wanted to pursue one even in death. Now some devotion to these bees. Just be yourself. Got 200 defense now. That's good. So, on the bright side, probably gonna find our golden one upstairs somewhere. I just gotta think where. Because the top floor is Nezzy and the Bee Queen. The middle floor, or the third floor, is the Alchemist, the jail cells, and the library. The second floor is, not sure where she's at. I gotta think about this. Thought she'd be down here in the basement, but I'm not seeing it. Oh, whoops. Okay, we'll fight the spider too. Spiders, they're everywhere. Spiders. Loot. Let me cast my spell game. You had no problem doing this in Blackfire Moors. Now that I'm in the Stone Hive, this is a challenge. Okay, clearly the bee lady's not down here. Where would the golden one be? I'm gonna put you on passive again. Well, actually, he might buff us. No, I don't want to quit the game. Camping, by the way, exits the game. So if you've seen the camp button, it says exit next to it, and you're like, what does exit mean? It closes the game. Just heads up. Let him buff our pet, and then we'll put him back on passive. He's sitting and annotating. He has nearly full mana. I see through your facade. Okay. We have 50% mana, we should be okay. Magical area. I'm not gonna get that lucky. There's the Enthroller. There's some ladies chilling out, having a good time. Try the second floor. Well, I don't see any on the first floor. I'm trying to think of where she could possibly be. Pretty flowers. Hey, alchemist, always here. Not there. My mercenary charged me for that emergency heal. Were you here earlier? This person just died. You poor soul. Nope, something happened. Explore the magical area of the site. There you are. Oh lord. Okay, something's gonna go wrong. We're gonna activate our Oh, good lord. Everything's going wrong. Anyone else want to attack us? If my mercenary doesn't freak out from all the monsters that just attacked us, we should be okay. I really need to get this girl dead, though. Come here, help me attack this guy. I need her dead for my quest. Oh. So everything that could have gone wrong absolutely went wrong. So we got the bundled Big C Zapper. Oh, whoops. Or the Zapper Enhancer. Splatters your opponent with rotten honey. So we can't use that, we can use the Zapper. Alright, I'm sitting here fiddling with things and okay, where's... oh, good lord. Christ. Okay. Bees? Okay. Just need to take it one at a time. My mercenary pleasantly hasn't freaked out. I think he realizes he's in good hands. Can you please attack the target I'm attacking? This isn't a good time for split DPS. I'm gonna keep some mana in case I need to heal my healer. Or something else. Okay, we'll just stay calm. And everything will be okay. Bees? Good lord. I'm just going to attack this one random bee. And everything's just gonna... all heck is gonna break loose. There's a long sword. Attack the researcher. I use long swords. Nope, swords aren't for me. That would have been cool. So I'm not sure where all these guys came from, but if you're ever gonna do what I just did, be prepared for absolute chaos. We should be okay. As long as you don't panic, it's okay. We're attacking the researcher next. See, I would cast Malaria on all these, but I'd run out of mana. And he has plenty of mana. And he's also wearing plate. So if I get them on me, who is wearing leather, that could be a bigger deal. But let my mercenary earn his pay. I got this researcher. Let's go on a researcher next. That was a lot of bees. Poor Lycan. When you said I'd get hit on by women, this was what I thought you meant. He is the most sad-looking dragon in the world. He's getting completely hammered by bee women. Oh, this hurts so bad. I can heal the damage, but the emotional pain stays forever. And the alchemy assistant squeaks. The queen shall have your head. You get a little bit of experience for this anyway, so that's good. You shall make a lovely addition to our thrall collection. Well, you know, if you're trying to make him a thrall, you can probably do better than by hitting him with a freaking sword. It's not really the strong point of convincing somebody to be seduced. Our healer is here to learn combat, not to be smacked around. Attack this alchemy assistant. Bunch of bees on the floor. What do I have next to do? Got the mesa. I'm working for Warwing still. Problem is we'll end up with the Queen Vixie quest and she will absolutely stomp us. An imposter clue, which is for a quest we're long done with. Let's take out this a poison maker. Rare creature. I was so preoccupied with everything else I didn't realize we were being attacked by a rare. Now I think it's time to cut this battle down a bit. Because I think working with Warwing, we won't get enough levels to be over 51. And fighting a boss, you saw the Dark Tower, how that was a thing and a half. So doing it again with stronger monsters and not having the level difference, the Queen will rip us apart. Like, I'm not saying that as a, oh, to add suspense to the battle. No, she'll kill my character. So I'm gonna do some of Warwing's quest, but we're not gonna be able to do the Queen for a significant amount of time. Hive Overseer Silkworth's Guard. That's cool. Poison Maker Malia's Stinker. That's for a quest, but that's not for something more on. I'd probably look up the quest, but that's not really the point of this playthrough. So after much effort, we have overcome a complete disaster looking area. All you had to do was not panic. And now, only after everyone else is dead, she's going to begin healing herself. She couldn't heal a single person before this. We had the huge swarm. Only at the very end she heals herself. What a blessing. Okay. Some chain boots. Okay, so it looks like Warwing is all that's left. Unless I am mistaken. You're working for Warwing. Yeah, that's it. Just working for Warwing. And we're not going to be able to do the Queen, so this is where things get dicey, but we'll figure it out. I'm going to go ahead and put our mercenary on passive. And we're going to go sit next to Warwing. I think we're going to call it a day because it's been about 4 hours. So I remember how to get out of here. For such a little library, it sure had a lot of bees in it. Okay, a lot of bees. But where I make things look easy, this place does clearly kill people. So if you do play here, use caution. This is not the easy playground I'm making it look like. You will lose a character here if you're not careful. Whoosh. Yeah, that's the right way. That's downstairs. That's a quest. There we go. So hang out with the Warwing. You feel yourself starting to appear. But that's okay, because we're outside. If I recall, Warwing is over here. Because I marked him. No, somebody else marked him. I made a mark somewhere on this map. Okay. So we'll sit down next to Warwing Windless. And we will call it here for a day. It's a very, very pretty zone, so I hope you've been enjoying watching. The game that is very dear to me. So, thank you for watching this adventure so far. I hope you have a really wonderful day. I'll miss you, but I'll see you next time. Have a good day. Bye-bye.